ready, Candace? All right. Good morning, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order at 9:01 a.m. this morning. In the true spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge all those who call this land home now and for thousands of years in the past. May we respect each other and find understanding together and recognize the benefits that this land provides to all of us. Before you, you have a proposed agenda. We have 3 time commitments this morning. We have 9:30 with STARS, at 11 a.m. Canada's Western Gateway, and 10 a.m. we have 2 public hearings this morning. Is there any proposed additions, deletions, any amendments we need to make to the agenda? If not, I'd entertain a motion to accept. Mark?
I move that we accept the agenda for today's meeting, December 4th.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved to adopt the agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Before you, you have the County Council meeting minutes of December 4th, 2025. Are there any errors, omissions, any issues arising from the minutes? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move to adopt the minutes of the County Council meeting from December 4th.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved to adopt the County Council meeting minutes December 4th, 2025 as presented. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Councillor Kurbis won't be joining us today. He's taking some time with his family. He's away. And other than that, just want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, safe holidays for everyone. And yeah, we'll move right in. Move down to our subdivision applications. Subdivision application number 1, 2025-0-159.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Council. So we have 1 subdivision application for County Council acting as the subdivision authority today. The application before you is Subdivision 2025-0-159. And so I'll just pull up the location map. So the application is 1 mile northwest of the hamlet of Iron Springs and a half mile north of Highway 25. The subdivision is a realignment reconfiguration of ag titles. It's to subdivide a 3.11 acre title from an 80 acre title and consolidating the remnant to the adjacent 112 acre ag title. So it results from the existing 3 titles down to actually 2. And with that, I'll pass it on to Steve for planning comments.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Council. So this application in front of you here is to do a realignment amongst the agricultural holdings there of the applicant. So this involves that they want to subdivide the 3.1 acre parcel in the very southwest corner of the southwest of 32. There's a farmyard there with some buildings, a dwelling, some agricultural buildings in there. And they're going to consolidate that to the title they have to the south, resulting in a large title, 115.17 acres in size. Additionally, the residual irrigated farmland from that portion will be consolidated to a separate title to the north half of the southwest of 321110 west of 4th, thereby creating an amalgamated agricultural parcel that will end up being 156.59 acres in size. So as a result of the 2 consolidations of the agricultural parcels, there will be an overall reduction in the number of titles from 3 down to 2 as a result. The intent is that 3.11 acre area being subdivided that contains the dwelling and the buildings is to associate it with their livestock and agricultural holdings to the south of them as part of the same operation there. So it'll combine the yard and all the livestock buildings onto the one consolidated and large title. So just to give a little bit of better visual there, I provided a couple color diagrams in there just to kind of show you the 3 titles that they are now. that the landowner has, and in the end, what they'll be in with the two of them there, that with the consolidation going on, just with the line work there, it was a bit busy, so that kind of give you an indication of what the parcels will look like. So with that, the realignment is in support of the agricultural operation as a boundary adjustment and to amalgamate the land holdings. So it does comply with the land use bylaw subdivision criteria. That does contain the policies for the realignment reconfiguration of titles with no resulting increase in titles. And as mentioned, in this case, we're actually getting a decrease. And that property realignment titles policy does allow the subdivision authority to make such considerations based on yards, improvements, encroachments present, those types of things, as well as the rationale for the land swap and the end result of the reconfiguration. So as part of this application and the referral, there is an abandoned gas pipeline and sour well that runs through the land. It is located in the opposite corner of the yard up in the northwest, so it's outside any setback area that's required. There were potential historical resources identified, but Alberta Culture responded to the circulation and they waived any requirements, so the applicant doesn't have to apply or do anything in that regard. Then other than that, there was no objections or concerns received. We received some late comments in from the LNED and Fortis. There's no objections to the subdivision or special considerations. So with that, I have recommended an approval to you of the application as applied for, and that would be subject to, in your draft resolution there, the conditions outlined, including the payment of taxes up to date, development agreement entered into if the county does require it. And the third, being the most important condition, is that they submit their final plan of survey from Alberta Land Surveyor that consolidates those by a plan of survey to create the new titles so that they cannot re-subdivide or have separate titles without coming back to you as the subdivision authority and obtaining separate permission for that. So, so with those conditions on there, the recommendation is to approve.
Thank you, Steve. I'd open up to council for any questions or discussion. Bylaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I was just curious about Block 2. Is that already a subdivided piece out of there?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've seen it on other subdivisions in the past. We have a line for proximity to a CFO. How does that not apply in this case?
It doesn't apply in this case for a couple reasons, because they're not subdividing a yard out as a standalone title. The yard's already there and it's being consolidated to the CFO it's associated with. And the other part is that on the separation distances for a CFO, it doesn't apply to the owner operator itself if it's for his own operation. So.
Any other questions? If not, Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move that application 20250159 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin has moved that subdivision application 2025-0-159 be approved subject to the conditions as outlined in the draft resolution. Is there any further discussion? If not, I will call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We move down in our agenda to G, Department Reports, G1, Development and Infrastructure, G 1.1. Is that okay?
The bylaw 25028?
Yeah, is that okay?
Sorry.
Is that okay, Kaylin?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. So this is a county initiative, Bylaw 25-028. It is amendment to the land use bylaw to amend Part 8, the subdivision criteria, with minor complementary text amendments to Part 3 for the land use districts. So really, the updates is enabling subdivision of legacy yards. We've heard at council prior to this and a few other applications to administration where existing yard sites that have been a part of the family have been unable to be subdivided because of the number of titles in the quarter section related to rural ag. So we've put forward a number of revisions to the criteria that would enable these types of subdivisions to proceed, and this is the consideration of the first reading. And with that, I'll pass on to Steve just to outline the changes.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Upon some previous subdivision inquiries in regards to what we're going to refer to here as a legacy yard site subdivision and possibilities of how that may work, Caitlin and myself met and we did a full review of, went through the subdivision criteria in the bylaw and prepared some additional considerations for you in looking at that, since we're maybe looking at making some amendments here if council is partial to that. When the 24-007 bylaw was updated, there wasn't really a full review of the subdivision criteria at that time. The last major, I guess, policy change that council put in was back in 2017 when we allowed the 80-acre splits again, which hadn't been allowed since about 1974. After that, there was a long period where that type of subdivision was allowed, and that got reintroduced in 2017. And then previous to that was some changes that were made in 2013 with the previous bylaw, allowing the 3-acre vacant and that sort of a thing. So as part of this, we went through and did a full subdivision review. So there's a number of things here that this amendments is proposing. The legacy yard sites, which I'll go into in a little bit more detail here in a minute. And as well, tried to clarify the minimum and maximum parcel sizes as well, because sometimes there's a bit of a discrepancy in exactly how that was applied. And as well, asking for some consideration to remove the policy that was been in the bylaw about prohibiting a confined feeding operation from being subdivided onto a title less than 80 acres in size. It used to be on a full quarter section, and then 2017 when the 80-acre got introduced, that got amended to the 8 acres. But with the confined feeding operations, the NRCB is the one that permits for confined feeding operations, and they look at the land use, the size of operation the applicant's doing, how many, type of animals, the number of animal units, and base their decision on that. They have to be able to provide 6 months of storage on site, and they'll look at the parcel size based on that rather than at the county subdivision policies. So although, let's say, the county may prohibit, if somebody has a 40-acre cutoff parcel and they're looking to put some chicken barns on or something like that, and you might not allow subdivision for that. If there's a parcel out there and it's a 40-acre cutoff title, somebody purchases that and applies to the NRCB, if it meets their criteria, the NRCB will go ahead and issue a permit for the livestock thing. So in a sense, you're kind of trying to regulate the land size of a confined feeding operation, but the county doesn't really regulate that. The NRCB does through their permitting. So suggestion is that just the agricultural subdivision policies apply, where you're allowed to split a title into 280s, or you might have a cutoff, might be 30 or 40, 50 acres, that type of a thing. So, so upon the review of the policies here, this is the first reading. I won't go into too much detail unless there's some questions, but what were the amendments, and we provided to you both in a mocked up red text version, so you can see where we've made some changes for those who like to see that, and there are also the clean versions at the end. But largely what we did was tried to clarify the required minimum parcel size So for consistency on the minimum 2 acres, the suggestion is now that it would just say that parcel shall be a minimum titled lot size of 0.8 hectares or 2 acres with a suitable developable area of land, and that suitable area will be determined by the development authority or the subdivision authority. So in some portions in the former bylaw, it had just a minimum 2 acre size, and sometimes talked about 2 acres of developable land. That developable land can change on a parcel and the parcel shape based on whether it's next to a county road and setbacks are applied, or a highway and you got greater setbacks applied, you're next to coulees, that sort of a thing. So that building pocket can actually change. The idea is here that give both the subdivision authority and development authority more flexibility with landowners is to just do it on a case by case and looking to see the particulars of their situation, and if it's a parcel next to a coulee or a highway or that type of thing, and the shape of the parcel. A triangular parcel that goes deeper next to a county road is going to have a different building pocket than if somebody had a lot that was less depth and a lot wider along the road where you're applying more road setback. So the other part is on the maximum 10 acres, where the previous policy had kind of a shopping list of what would be included with the dugout and tree and shelter belts, and not include the corrals or et cetera, and there was a list there of what could be in, what could be out. To allow the subdivision authority more flexibility, the idea is just to state that there's a maximum 10 acres, and based on the improvements present, and basically the subdivision authority can decide as you look at the applications, if something you think doesn't have merit and want excluded. If somebody's including some good irrigated cultivated land in there, you do have the authority to ask them to exclude that from the parcel and that sort of a thing. The maximum parcel size would still be stipulated as 10 acres, and anything above that, you'd have to give a variance or waiver to that. Just to try to make it more clean and more clear kind of a thing. So if you look at the schedule that was attached on page 84, Kaylin and I have a suggested definition here on that of the legacy yard site. The idea is that that it would apply just in certain circumstances, and the definition of a legacy yard site would mean the developed area of a long-established rural property that contains an existing residential dwelling or that formerly contained a residence, and contains or may have contained other accessory buildings, structures, and improvements such as shop buildings, dugouts, various agricultural outbuildings, tree shelter belts, etc. And then it has been in place for a minimum period of 25 years, is the suggestion. This use is commonly associated with the property of generational farming families, and the classification of such acknowledges the historical settlement patterns of the area and allows for the preservation of long-established homesteads or farms which can have significant community and heritage value. So the 25 years is, I guess, a subjective thing, how you, but by putting some year on like that as a date, it kind of establishes that the farm's been there for a period of time, but it's not something that somebody just applied 2 years ago and put a house up and then comes back 2 years later and they want to subdivide it out because they're a 80-acre thing, right, to try to get around those kind of circumstances, so to speak. And then if you looked in the package as well, we had some criteria on
This one.
page
76.
76 that lays out the subdivision criteria in that part 8. So that we added, so that number 2, a proposed subdivision for a legacy yard site as defined in this bylaw from an agricultural title containing a minimum of 70 acres. And this part here says 70 rather than 80 because the policies do allow up to 10 acres of exceptions from a title for like railway, road, highway, that type of thing, irrigation canal. Within a previously subdivided quarter section may be approved at the sole discretion of the subdivision authority, provided that A, the subdivision authority is satisfied the legacy yard site is well established and has existed for at least 25 years. B, the subdivision will not result of more than 4 title parcels within the quarter section. The C, the subdivided lot is as small as reasonably possible to conserve agricultural land, but shall have a minimum of the 0.8 hectares, 2 acres of land, and a maximum of 4.05 hectares or 10 acres. based on the existing improvements and resulting in residual agricultural parcel size of a minimum of the 70 acres. And D, the yard has existing services or services that can be reestablished. Any existing on-site private sewage systems must be contained within the lot boundary, or a new system must have sufficient area on the proposed lot. And E, the criteria stipulated in section 4, subsection 1C through E also applies. So that's a previous section that outlines some of the criteria about MDS, the septic, all that other stuff, the standard on the subdivision. So one of the things here to point out as well is on that number B where it talks about the four titled. The previous policy, it was always, there was 3. So if you had, let's say, a 10-acre yard out, and you came back later and the policy is allowed for the resplit, then you'd have the 2, so you'd have the 2 and the residual, that'd be 3 type of thing. But here, if there was a situation where you had 2 80s, let's say east of the city here, a historical core, you got the 2 80s, and there was a yard in each one of those, would you not allow the same opportunity for each owner if they had a leg to do that? So in order to do that, we'd have to change that 3 to a 4 as the maximum to enable those types of situations if they did arise. So allow each landowner the same opportunity, so that if one had one and they came in first, and then the next person came in years later, you know, to say, well, no, you can't because that guy subdivided before you and we only allow 3, you know, is that fair type of a thing? So we tried to equal the playing field and allow, so that would change that 3 maximum to 4 maximum as a result of that type of a thing, which mostly we just apply in these types of situations. But yeah, so then the other stuff was mostly some house cleaning of some of the languages to make stuff more clear. But so that's kind of the basics. If you want some more detail or have questions, we can certainly try to answer your questions. But in trying to find a way to allow for these long-established legacies, like as someone came forward previous to council, this is our, I guess, first attempt here to see if this is maybe we could have some policy around that. Of course, as council acting as a subdivision authority, when you're subdivision authority, you're bound by the policies other than giving standard waivers to standards and sizes and those types of things. But this allows the subdivision authority the discretion to make a decision on it if you so choose. So.
Thank you very much, Steve. I'd open it up for any questions or discussion. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so I understand this correctly, if you have 2 80-acre parcels, that's already 2 out, right? So then if somebody takes out the yard on one side, that's 3, and if they want to come and split it, they could before the other person has the opportunity to do so? Or how is that going to work?
Through Mr. Chair to Councillor Hickey. So how this would work is these legacy yard policies would only apply if the farm yard or house had been there for 25 years. And so we're just suggesting that if you had 2 80s and they both had a legacy farm yard, how could we say the first person could do it, but the other person couldn't? And so that's why we need the 4 title allowance. The other alternative to this is if you have 2 80s and you have an established farmyard that they take out, but the other 80 is owned by somebody else and they want to do a isolated yard that's new. So if they're allowed to take the historical farmyard out, does it mean the other 80 person is not allowed to subdivide a corner for their new yard? Like, it's a balance of who comes first if we keep it at 3. Yep, go ahead.
I guess I was just thinking of it, if you say come out and you want 10 acres with your historical house.
Yep.
And you get the 10 acres, so you're up to 3 now. And then in a week you come back and say, no, I want to split that in half. Are you entitled to do that, or is the person who owns the other side of the 80 entitled to do that prior to you having the opportunity to do it?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, so Mr. Chair. So you're asking, so if that person did a resplit before the other person come back or whatever, that. Yeah, I guess that's a scenario that probably be rare, but could present itself. Either if you didn't want to prevent the other person from doing that, we'd almost have to add some language in there that recognizes that type of scenario, or that doesn't allow that person to do a resplit if there's already another opportunity within that quarter in the other, or something like that.
Like a policy related to only one yard site subdivided per 80, something related to that, so we can consider it in our decisions. That's,
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking of a couple of places that have come up in the past, and I could see some people not wanting to do the split on their 80, but the other person wants to. So I'm just, like,
and in those circumstances that you're aware, are they legacy yard sites that they are? Okay. Wow. Okay.
So,
Do you want to rebut first, or?
well, I was just gonna say, yeah, so I guess the question is that something then council would be open to allowing if somebody wanted to do the resplit, or would you want to say, no, you can't do the you're allowed the one, but you can't do a resplit?
Ollie, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I commend your efforts on this, and I think it's gonna have merit to delve into it. Being a first reading, I'd like us to move the reading and then have, I don't know if you'd say a workshop or a little bit more wholesome back and forth going through it. And for precisely these things that, okay, what is council? Where can we land, getting the desired outcome and mitigating most of the unpopular outcomes? So, yeah, I'd like to move the reading, or the first reading of the amendment to the land use bylaw to read. Is that it? No, that is not it.
Bylaw 25-028.
Bylaw 25-028, and then secondary to that we visit it in detail as a council.
Okay. Any questions? Any comments? If not, I'll call a question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. I would echo what Eric said. I think it's a really good start, and there's obviously a lot of work that went into this in a very short period of time. So I think it does address a lot of the the concerns that council's had over, I know in my time on council, a lot of these kind of outliers that seem to become more and more prevalent as things change and as land values increase, and we have these legacy situations, as well as the opportunity for fragmented land to be used as CFOs. I think that's something that we need to talk about. So thank you for the work that went into this, and looking forward to diving in. If it's all right, I think we'll move now to our first time commitment. See, Jackie's here, so why don't we move to our 9:30 a.m. STARS delegation.
Just have to scroll down. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, is this on? Yes, okay. Good morning, council.
Good morning.
Congratulations on being re-elected and elected. For those who haven't met me yet, I'm Jackie Seeley. I live in the town of Bassano, where I work remotely for STARS and travel across southern Alberta as part of the fundraising team. So it's nice to be here again to bring you your annual update from STARS. This year marks 40 years that STARS has been serving Year Back 40, and with that, we're celebrating the partnerships that have made it possible and continue to make it possible going into the future. STARS operates at no cost to the patient from the very beginning. All right, so just a little bit of background. STARS was born out of necessity when Dr. Publ, the head of Foothills Emergency in Calgary, noticed consistently that rural people were not making it to the hospital in time. And so the death rate in Alberta was quite high. And it was after a woman who died from blood loss, a pregnant woman that died from blood loss, and left her father alone with their newborn, that he said something has to be done. So that's when they began the work to literally get STARS off the ground. Sadly, our founder, Dr. Publ, passed away at the end of April, but very thankful for his leadership and innovation in getting STARS going. Our team is very dedicated to continuing his legacy. We do have a new CEO at STARS. We've only ever had 4 CEOs in the 40 years. And so Dr. John Fro took the helm in early 2025. Dr. Fro has been the Chief Medical Director at STARS since 2012. So he has an extensive background in critical care expertise and is very much an innovator like Dr. Publ as well. STAR's very first mission was flown right here to Lethbridge on December 1st, 1985, and that was for critically ill newborn Kelly Waldron. So Kelly does live here in Lethbridge still, is married and has 2 children, as you can see here in the photo. And so it's very interesting to look at the ripple effect of a life saved, the story that continues to be, and the impact on a community. On the bottom right is our first helicopter, and as you can see, it was originally called Lions Air Ambulance, and that's because Lions International and many of the Lions clubs supported STARS with initial funding to lease a helicopter and get this service going. So to this day, our helicopters have the Lions logo on them in recognition of that support. In the middle there is our BK-117 helicopter, which served us for 37 years. We began phasing in our new fleet of H-145 helicopters in 2021. So these helicopters are similar in size and weight to our previous helicopter and just 2 feet longer in the tail. And they're identically equipped with all of the medical equipment as we do move the helicopters around from base to base as well. So they're always identical with everything for our crew. I'd like to recognize some of our partners in the chain of survival. Of course, the fire departments who always help us with the safe landing of the helicopter at scene calls. And we also work with other first responders, RCMP, police, search and rescue, HALO, and Alberta Health Services Fixed Wing, and many of the hospitals and medical professionals. So it really is a united effort of all of us working together for the best of the patient. STARS does have the night vision goggle capability. We're the only helicopter EMS in southern Alberta that has that capacity, and with more than 50% of our calls being at night, that really is essential. In addition to the red shiny helicopter, we do offer virtual care. So many of the rural hospitals are on our virtual care program. Tabor, Lethbridge, Fort Macleod, and as well as many others across the province. And so basically what happens here is the medical professional is able to click a link, and once they do that, our STARS transport physician out of our Emergency Link Center in Calgary can then see the patient to help diagnose what is needed. Or they can actually walk that medical professional through procedural guidance. Perhaps if they have to intubate somebody or something of that nature that they don't frequently have to do. So that's just another way that we're able to provide critical care anywhere. The types of missions that we fly for are shown here. So cardiac has surpassed vehicle incidents. Move that back a little bit. at 21% of missions, and then 19% for vehicle incidents, and a little bit of a mix of everything else after that. In light of STAR's 40th anniversary, we thought we'd provide you with a broader mission history over a 15-year span. So as you can see, 991 missions flown within Lethbridge County since 2010. And you can see also that Lethbridge Hospital interfacility transfers are the greatest volume of calls. That's because often people are coming in by ground ambulance from the rural communities, and if critical, then STARS is called. I've put a note here underneath saying that in 2025, 69 missions have been flown up to December 8th. 63 is interfacility transfers and 16 calls. So that is below what we normally are flying for, which is a good thing. Perhaps people are safe, being more safe, I'm not sure. But really, when you look at the 991 missions flown, that is 991 lives that have been given the best chance at survival. Speaking to our funding model, where our funding comes from, we do have the $15 million per year in block funding from our largest donor, Alberta Health Services. And after that, we still must fundraise 59% of our direct operating costs. The STARS lottery brings in a little over $10 million, which covers almost one base in Alberta. So our cost per base has increased to $12.2 million. So with 3 bases in Alberta, $36.6 million. Minus the government contribution and the STARS lottery, there's still about $20 million to fundraise, which is very significant. Thankful for the corporate, business, and individual donations that come in, community-driven fundraisers that happen across the province, and also the municipal program that Lethbridge County has been a part of. So STARS is, as you know, an essential service for all of our rural areas. This is a map of the level of municipal support that we have in Alberta and Northeast BC. We do have 95% rural Alberta support. 75% of those are regional leaders, including Lethbridge County. I'll just go over the different levels of support here. So shaded in gray across the map is any partner that's under the $2 per capita rate. And then the navy blue across the map is our regional leaders, which I mentioned makes up 75%. Provincial leaders are shown in green, and they're contributing at a much larger rate of support. That's the bigger counties and MDs. This year we recognized Rocky View County for reaching $1 million in cumulative giving. And we'll have a few more coming up. I believe Foothills County will have a logo unveiling soon. Most of these are at a fixed rate of support and also on a standing motion in their emergency protective services budget. Regional partnerships continue to grow across the province, and this is where the towns and villages in partnership with the county or MD are all supporting in a united effort to have this extension of emergency services and the best chance for patients, residents in your communities. So we do now have a full regional partnership within the MD of Tabor with all 4 municipalities contributing. And I think I spoke last year to the fact that also Town of McGrath has joined the municipal initiative, Fort McLeod, and to speak right within Lethbridge County, Town of Nobleford has recently increased to $2 per capita, joining you as a regional leader. So very thankful for that. County of Warner is supporting through our municipal program now too. And Village of Sterling, you'll see that little blue dot there, they've been supporting for quite some time too. So thankful for all of the support. This really is what creates a robust health and safety network for rural communities. Just to speak to our crew a little bit, we do have a world-class crew providing critical care, and each year they compete in the International Air Medical Transport Conference where they hold a simulation competition. This year, a replicated farm incident was replicated, with 5 critical patients. So the crew members are they do have to triage all of these patients, monitor all of these patients, and they are graded on their timing and outcome and decision-making with these patients. So we're proud to say that our crew, again, took first place this year worldwide. And in the 23 years that we've been participating in this, we've always been within the top 3. And now 8 years of that, we've been number 1. So proud of our crew. And the fact that we're really bringing world-class care, critical care, to the most rural parts of Western Canada. So I want to thank you, Lethbridge County, for being a part of our municipal initiative and supporting STARS. You've been a regional leader at the $2 per capita annually. And our request is, of course, to continue as a regional leader, but asking for your consideration to move to a standing motion to create that sustainability for STARS so that we have that predictable funding. We do offer our service 24/7 with our full-time crew, and partnership is what's made it possible for the last 40 years, and will make it possible for the next 40. So we appreciate your consideration on that. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I'd open up to council for any questions. Doesn't look like it. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Appreciate the work STARS does, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I'll leave you with a few of our horizons for the front reception area and a couple of STARS calendars, if you wouldn't mind passing one on to the fire department. All right, thank you.
Why don't we move to our second proposed first reading, another amendment, G12, Bylaw 25-029, amendment to the land use bylaw to amend Part 1 administrative relating to development permit procedures. Kaylin?
This one. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. So this is the second bylaw in front of you, 25-029, to amend the land use bylaw. This again is a county-led initiative. The amendments to Part 1 are the administrative section, and it's related to the development permit procedures. Currently, process is we issue development permits only on Tuesdays because our bylaw outlines that public notification is triggered on Tuesdays when newspaper is issued. So just modernizing our processes and becoming more efficient, we're proposing that public notification is directly linked to posting permits on the website instead of the newspaper, as this will streamline issuing permits every day in the county instead of waiting till Tuesday. And so what this really means right now is a permit has to be queued up for approval on a Tuesday, but it can't actually be issued till the following Tuesday, just by the time we get it in the newspaper and that publication delay. It won't change meeting our Municipal Government Act requirements, as we are still providing means to be notified of development permit decisions. So we will still post decisions in the county office. It'll be live updates on the website, and we'll still include a newspaper ad that refers county residents to the website. So rather than us listing every permit we've made on that exact day. So with those amendments, in addition, we are doing some efficiencies internally, just improve our review of permitted use development permits. I do believe county residents will notice an improvement in our responsiveness to get development permit decisions out, and I'm hoping to have all these changes in the queue for spring 2026, so permits are out the door a little quicker. And so what's recommended today is passing of first reading so we can go to public hearing. If there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer it about my amendments.
Thank you, Kayla. I'd open it up for any questions. Eric, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we will no longer post the development permits in a newspaper, just an ad saying referred to website, or will they come out even though they might not all be staggered the same time?
So what is proposed before you is that in the newspaper, it is a reference to the website. It is quite burdensome for my team to keep track of what ones went in the paper last week, what needs to go in the next paper, and the cutoffs of the newspaper timelines. And so it will save us a lot of just tracking time to only refer people to the website, as modern practices now is municipalities are posting permits on websites, not newspapers. So to answer your question, correct, the permits would not be listed in the newspaper. Yeah.
Any other questions? Entertain a motion. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move that bylaw 25-029 be read a first time.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved that bylaw 25-029 be read for a first time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Why don't we take a recess for about 10 minutes, and then we'll come back for our public hearings. We have the 2 public hearings today. So with that, we'll take a short recess and return. we will call the meeting back to order at 10 o'clock a.m. this morning. If we move down in our, agendas, F, public hearings. We have 2 public hearings scheduled for today. Our first one, Bylaw 25-023, and the second for Bylaw 25-024. So with that, I would recess the regular meeting. We are here today to hold the public hearing for Bylaw 25-023, amendment to the land use bylaw to redesignate Plan 9910323, Block 1, Lot 2, in the Northwest 3922 west of the 4, from rural agriculture to direct control. I would ask for a motion to open the public hearing. Thank you, Kevin. Kevin is motion to open the public hearing for Bylaw 25-023. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The public hearing is being held pursuant to the Municipal Government Act as amended. The public hearing is being live streamed via the county's YouTube page. Public hearing for Bylaw 25-023 is now officially open. I'll now ask for a review of the nature of the hearing and an overview of what is being proposed. Kaylin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. So Bylaw 25-023 is for the amendment to the land use bylaw to redesignate Plan 9910323, Block 1, Lot 1, from rural ag to direct control. It is located on River Ridge Road here. I'll just pull up the map. So the parcel is currently used for an agricultural-based business, Double V Trucking, and they store grain and other agricultural commodities on the parcel. The applicant is requesting to redesignate the parcel to direct control to support their expanding business, which will be providing both fertilizer storage and sales, and it will include 2 new buildings, one with a fertilizer blender on the parcel. So there is a definition of fertilizer storage and sale in the direct control, and it will also allow for them to have an associated office use in the buildings to administer and operate their business. The rezoning application was circulated to an internal and external agencies. We received comment only from Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, and they have requested a traffic impact assessment. That traffic impact assessment is underway. It has been submitted to Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors. They had some preliminary comments and sent it back to the applicant, but there's no reason that should hold up this rezoning application because we're also actively reviewing a development permit, and any conditions on traffic would be also considered through the development permit. That being said, the TIA has no major traffic impacts identified or any infrastructure improvements at this point identified. We also circulated the application prior to this public hearing for public comment, and we received no comment. And so in alignment with our municipal development plan, the county may consider industrial and commercial uses in a isolated form through these rezoning processes when they're related to agricultural, non-labor intensive industries, value-added processing, and natural resource extraction, which this application very much fits within the agricultural category. It also, the municipal development plan indicates the county should embrace new agricultural related developments, and our industrial commercial land use strategy supports opportunities for isolated industrial uses that are agricultural related and along major corridors like Highway 3. There is very minimal impact, financial impact of this application. It would be assessed from a commercial industrial tax rate, and which would increase tax revenue once they do proceed with their new development. In terms of our recommendation following public hearing, we are recommending second and third reading on the basis that it aligns with the Lethbridge County Municipal Development Plan and Industrial Commercial Land Use Strategy. The applicant is here in the gallery today and is available to answer questions. Thank you, Council.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. This is Council's opportunity to receive input from the public. Those making presentations are asked to state their name and review their points. We ask that you refrain from asking questions to Council. The intention of the public hearing is not to debate or defend the contents of the bylaw or the position which individual councillors may have on the bylaw. Questions asked of a councillor by a presenter may be ruled out of order. Presentations to Council will start with the applicant who has made this submission, followed by any other persons wishing to comment on the proposal. Please keep your comments to the point. After each speaker, members of Council will be permitted to ask questions of the presenter. To clarify any details, no debating or questions from the floor will be allowed. Each speaker will be allotted up to 10 minutes. Additional time may be granted at the discretion of council. With that, I would ask if there is anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw.
I'm Brent Van Berenberg.
You want to come up and to the mic and just give your name and
I'm Brent Van Berenberg. I own Double V Trucking. I just wanted to clarify, I talked to Hannah about, because we were doing a blending shed, and that all changed, and I just want to make it clear that there's no sales or anything going out of there. It's strictly just storage.
okay.
I don't know if that makes a difference or not, but yeah, there won't be that blending shed anymore, it'll just be storage. Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw? Yep.
Good morning, council. My name is Craig Nickel. I farm to the south of the proposed site. My biggest question, I was just speaking with Brent here, is the increased volume. I was just curious as to how much more product will be moved through that facility. And another concern I have is the intersection of Highway 3 and Highway 509. It's proven difficult to use it during busy times and stuff, and I'm just wondering if I guess it's another point, just regards to if council can do anything more as we develop this area to push for maybe some increased infrastructure there to make it easier to cross or to merge on. So my experience with Brent is very positive. I mean, his truck drivers often drive very slow down the road. They're not a dust issue. They're not a impediment to our silage trucks or what we're doing on that road there. So I'd like to speak in a positive way with regards to that. But again, it's just more traffic, and so I just think it would be good if council could look forward into that intersection there at Highway 3 and Highway 509. Yeah, that's all I got. I guess one other thing is, now they spoke of it being light commercial or light industrial, and how come the rezoning isn't rezoned to light industrial versus direct control? I'm not sure if I can address council and you guys can answer that, or if that's just something that.
Yeah, I would ask, once we're done, I'd ask Kalen to, field that question for you.
Okay, well, that's the question I put forward there, and those
Okay.
other comments. So, yes, thanks for your time.
Thank you. I would ask for a third and final time if there is anyone else wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw. If there is nothing further, I would ask for a motion to close the public hearing. Lauren?
I would move to close the public hearing for bylaw 25-023.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has moved to close the public hearing for bylaw 25-023. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Kalen, there was a couple of maybe questions, comments there. Could you maybe follow up
Yes.
for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. So I'll start kind of at the beginning of the questions. I've listed them out and support council in considering this decision. So as for the applicant's comment whether there would be fertilizer and sales on site, the direct control was drafted at the time that that was what was proposed. Although it's changed over time, it is still allowed in the direct control. That being said, they still have to obtain a development permit. So if at this time they're only getting storage, that's the development permit that they would seek from the county, and that's what the public notifications through the review of that permit would state. So the rezoning is intended to be a tool over long term, and so if the business ever wanted to expand in those initial uses, they would be allowed under how the direct control is drafted today. Okay, in regards to the comments about traffic, as I stated, Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors did require a traffic impact assessment. I have reviewed the TIA, and it states that the business doesn't substantially impact the current traffic conditions, recognizing that there is already impediments to the intersections that we're acknowledging, but Alberta Transportation isn't putting all of those larger issues on this business. There's very much indicating that it's a greater system issue. I can't specifically speak to how much product would be allowed to be on site. That would really be based on the size of building that they propose through the development permit review, and the public would be notified through that permitting process once we understand the size of building that's being proposed at the time. And then regarding the type of zoning. So this application, because of the nature of fertilizer and the different types of uses being considered, administration at the time believed direct control was the better avenue than a standard commercial industrial zone. And the primary reason is because we can set in site-specific regulations for the use instead of a very broad conventional zone that would allow multiple industrial commercial uses that may not be as acceptable to the public. So it was about balancing the industrial use and keeping regulations in control of how intense it became. And with that, that answers all the questions if council has any further questions.
Yeah, I would open it up for any questions you might have. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just in reference to the traffic, is there a point in time where the Alberta government would require any upgrades, or did they mention that? Like, I don't think it's not an issue getting in there. I think it's a bigger issue coming out. Like if you're coming out to get onto Highway 509 to get onto Highway 3.
So the decision of whether requirements for infrastructure upgrades are at the sole discretion of Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors. At this point, they have not put it as a condition of this application. That being said, the development permit will be circulated to Alberta Transportation again, and they have every opportunity to put conditions throughout the planning and development process.
Cole, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to Councillor Hickey, we have had a number of conversations about this intersection with Alberta Transportation. I know the town of Colehurst has done a fair amount of advocacy, and I think it got to the point where they were told, we're aware, please stop, we know where it is and where it fits in our list of priorities. I don't see an imminent change there. I think that we all recognize that something needs to happen. I don't know what that tipping point will be, but they're not unaware of the traffic counts and everything else in that corridor, and what they decide to do, I can't speak to that because we didn't get a definitive answer or even a timeline from them on that.
Do you have anything else, Lauren? Any other questions, comments? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Being that the applicant is different to the landowner, is this going to be tied specifically to the company, or it'll be does the development permit stay specific to the company versus the rezoning subject to other uses or so? Like, how does that tie into the long-term future?
Thank you, Councillor Van Essen, through Mr. Chairman. So Brent is here representing Double V Trucking. They own the parcel. They currently operate their business here. It's very common in planning and development where your applicant and landowner are separate entities. The county does require authorization of the registered owner at any point in an application. So every time an applicant is submitted, the registered owner is required to sign off on it. So from my understanding, they are the same entity represented before you today. The business that is operating there today is the same business that is being proposed. It's Double V Trucking.
Does that answer your question, Eric, or was your question a little different?
Well, so two parts. One question is different. Secondly, further down in the application, it states the name of the owner, Henniger Trucking, not Double V. So just clarity on that.
I apologize, Councillor Van Essen. I wouldn't be able to answer that question.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. We're right in the process that I'm taking over. We're just at the lawyers right now. I will be owning it, buying it from Yak. Okay. So we're just getting this in front of that. It's kind of a timing thing with his fall and harvest and everything, and trying to tackle him down and not make him upset.
No, that's good.
No, that is happening. So it's just, I don't know if I put the cart in front of the horse, but just this takes a while too, so I just wanted to
Yep.
get it done before spring. If this all goes through, we can start it.
Yeah.
But the ownership will be changing here in the next month. All right, thank you.
Perfect, thank you. And nothing against having separate landowners or any of that. It was more of what happens subject to business being sold or so. But then that answers everything, and it is good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move second reading of bylaw 25-023.
Thank you, Lauren. Lauren has moved that bylaw 25-023 be read for a second time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Third reading. Mark?
Mr. Chair, I move bylaw 25-023 be read a third time.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved that bylaw 25-023 be read for a third time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Keelan. We can again recess our public meeting for our second public hearing for today. We are here for public hearing for bylaw 25-024, amendment to the land use bylaw to redesignate 95012 River Ridge Road, Plan 8710514, Block 1, Lot 4, Southwest 31922, west of the 4, from rural agriculture to grouped country residential. Sorry, I didn't write my notes correctly. I would now ask for a motion to open the public hearing for bylaw 25-024. Eric? Eric has moved to open the public hearing for bylaw 25-024. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The public hearing is being held pursuant to the Municipal Government Act as amended. The public hearing is being live streamed via the county's YouTube page. The public hearing for bylaw 25-024 is now officially open. I'll now ask for a review of the nature of the hearing and an overview of what is being proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Council. So bylaw 25-024 is an amendment to the land use bylaw to redesignate 95012 River Ridge Road from rural agricultural to group country residential. Here's the map. So the proposed redesignation to group country residential is required to allow for an actual subdivision of 2.75 acres containing an existing dwelling. The remainder of the title is going to remain rural ag for the existing dwelling and ongoing agricultural operation. The rezoning is required because the parcels to the north are all group country residential already, and so it's more than 3 contiguous lots. And in alignment with our municipal development plan, group country residential will be considered in cutoff, fragmented parcels, any cutoff coulee parcels, and so this parcel at this point doesn't have a lot of agricultural value right now. It is already occupied by a residential dwelling. And in terms of our land use bylaw, this redesignation is supported as it is required prior to any subdivision being considered for this landowner. There's no financial implication of the application because the dwelling and yard site already exist. And that being said, following the public hearing, we would recommend that council move a second and third reading as the proposal aligns with our municipal development plan and land use bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. This is council's opportunity to receive input from the public. Those making presentations are asked to state their name and review their points. We ask that you refrain from asking questions to council. The intention of the public hearing is not to debate or defend the contents of the bylaw or the position which individual councilors may have on the bylaw. Questions asked of a councilor by a presenter may be ruled out of order. Presentations to council will start with the applicant who has made a submission, followed by any other persons wishing to comment on the proposal. Please keep your comments to the point. After each speaker, members of council will be permitted to ask questions to the presenter. Clarify any details. No debating or questions from the floor will be allowed. Each speaker will be allowed up to 10 minutes. Additional time may be granted at the discretion of council. With that, I would ask if there's anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw. I would again ask if there's anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw. And for a third and final time, I would ask if there's anyone wishing to speak to the proposed bylaw. If not, I would ask for a motion to close the public hearing. Kevin has moved to close the public hearing for bylaw 25-024. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And we can resume our public meeting. Caitlin, do you have anything further?
No, nothing further to add. Thank you.
Any questions, discussion from council? If not, how would you like to proceed? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So not quite a question, just for those that, being that this is the same road, we've already discussed any traffic impact and had those comments, so that's well covered. So I'd like to move that bylaw 25-024 be read a second time.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved that bylaw 25-024 be read for a second time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And third reading. Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move that bylaw 25-024 be read a third time.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin has moved that bylaw 25-024 be read for a third time. Is there any discussion? If not, call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. G2, growth and engagement. G2.1, virtual physician pilot. Morning, Trevor.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Council. Previous members of the last council will probably remember a briefing they received on a potential opportunity to look at a virtual physician program. And so the conversation at that time, for those of you that are new members of council, was that historically Lethbridge County has participated and provided some funding for recruitment of physicians in partnership with other regional municipalities. That has had some level of success over the last number of years. Approximately 34 new physicians have been recruited to Southern Alberta, primarily in the city of Lethbridge. And so obviously participating municipalities are quite proud of that progress and that work. The thought being, you know, the bulk of that work is now done. Although there are still gaps in care, that remains primarily the focus of the primary care networks, the individual clinics, and of course the various government agencies that have the mandate for healthcare. However, there are gaps that remain in Southern Alberta, and some of those are detailed in the report that's provided to you as background. And so the platform known as Rocket Doctor is one that's been vetted and researched, and we believe will help fill some of those gaps. It provides instantaneous links to healthcare through an online virtual platform that connects patients that perhaps can't access primary care, particularly after hours of doctors' clinics or where there's limited access. It should divert patients from emergency departments and ultimately connect them to a better level of care. To be clear, however, this is not to replace primary care or anyone's personal family physician. This is simply when you can't get access to an appointment in a short time frame, and things can be handled through this platform. There is also no cost to the user. All of the services provided by these physicians are covered through Alberta Healthcare Insurance Plan, just as if you were going to any other doctor. So there's no out-of-pocket expense for patients that wish to participate, nor is there any information exchanged between Lethbridge County and the Rocket Doctor platform. So we are not getting involved in people's personal medical records or their health care. The county's role, as proposed, is simply to help promote the platform, make sure people are aware of the benefits of using the platform, help them fill in the gaps in their health care. And so what is proposed is that council approve us supporting the marketing efforts to promote the platform, engage in a 2-year pilot to measure the outcomes of that work, and ultimately work with Alberta Health and the primary care networks to determine if there was an impact. So CAO Beck and myself did have the opportunity to meet with the primary care network. Of course, we want to make sure that there were no major concerns on their part. There are sometimes concerns not only from the public but also physicians about virtual care and its place in the ecosystem. And so I think we were able to work through that conversation quite well. We've indicated there up to $10,000 in each year of the 2-year pilot for marketing, for materials. I think we can do that significantly cheaper with internal resources, but those are that's the investment that's been made previously to recruit physicians through sort of shared marketing. So sort of carrying that amount forward recognizing I think it'll be significantly less. And so that is before you today for consideration. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Trevor. I'd open up to council for any questions. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the 10,000 after 2027, then basically it's zeroed out then, once the marketing and stuff is all kicked off?
Yeah, I think, ultimately we would look at the results from the first 2 years, identify what kind of the uptake is. Rocket Doctor has the ability to track, the users by postal code. We would get a sense of how many county residents have accessed the program. Our hope, this is the hope we've communicated to the primary care network, is also that we would have access to understand, is there in fact an impact, a positive one, on diversion from emergency departments? And so, at this point, the funding, which is from existing allocations within the existing communications and marketing budget, this is not incremental, is using existing approved funds. We take a look at the end of the pilot based on the results and make a determination of, whether council wants to make a further investment or if it's even required.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So then, is this similar to where you can phone in to talk to somebody through the Alberta healthcare system? Or except you get to talk to a doctor instead, maybe? Is that the idea, or?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to Councillor Hickey. I believe you're referencing 811, which is typically a service that Albertans can access both through a web app as well as a phone. The primary difference is that typically 811 is answered by nursing professionals, so it could be typically registered nurses. The difference is that the virtual health care through Rocket Doctor is access to a physician. So it is a different level of care, but certainly they are complementary. I would encourage residents to use both platforms where it makes sense for their situation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move that the County Council approve entering into the agreement with Rocket Doctor to establish a 2-year pilot project to increase the awareness and utilization of the virtual physician digital platform.
Is there any further discussion? Mark has moved that County Council approve entering into an agreement with Rocket Doctor to establish a 2-year pilot project to increase awareness and utilization of a virtual physician digital platform. No further discussion. Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Trevor. G22, Rural Road Infrastructure Working Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To you and through you to the rest of council, we have been contacted by the Intensive Livestock Working Group. They are in the process of establishing a pan-provincial rural road infrastructure working committee. So I think that's the longest acronym that's humanly possible in that space. Essentially, the work of this working committee is to consult with municipalities and other partners, including industry, and to make some recommendations for the long-term sustainability of rural transportation infrastructure. So the MD of Taber, for example, has already been invited and has indicated a desire to be a part of that. Lethbridge County is recognized as one of the places that of course, has the most intensive livestock industry in the entire province. And so there is a desire for Lethbridge County to have a presence by this group. The intent is that the group will work through the first 6 months of next year to develop a series of recommendations that will flow through RMA and Alberta municipalities to the provincial government. And so it is proposed that the Reeve as well as Mr. Thompson be appointed as our administrative representative to this group. They will have an opportunity in early January to meet with other stakeholders to refine the terms of reference for this committee. But it's essentially an opportunity for Lethbridge County to be advocating for one of our topics that are near and dear to our hearts, that is a key budget consideration, and have essentially foot on the ground floor as this effort moves forward. The report, I think, is fairly self-explanatory, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Trevor. I'd open up for any questions you might have. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is this working as a subcommittee of RMA, or how does it get to RMA?
So at present, it is an independent group that is primarily just a volunteer partnership between the ILWG, that Intensive Livestock Working Group, and municipalities that wish to participate. They have invited other stakeholders like the Heavy Urban Construction Association, the Road Builders Association, and Alberta Transportation. As I said, they're still in the process of refining what their terms of reference are. Presumably, They will use the municipal partners at the table to then bring that through the RMA process. Ideally, I'm sure a resolution at the fall session is what's been contemplated.
And then just one follow-up. So would the barley growers and the wheat growers and all these, would they also have a seat at the table? Or is it, you know that?
Yes, so the way this was positioned to me is that they are contemplating industry associations, particularly around, again, intensive livestock, but they recognize that there are other users of road infrastructure in our region: potatoes, sugar beets, barley, other things. So they are contemplating involving those industry and producer groups as well, yes.
Any other questions? Sorry, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Has there been considerations or desire or merit for Ag Services to participate, whether resolutions coming through them or just general participation in this?
Yeah, thank you for the question. The original discussions between Lethbridge County and the Intensive Livestock Working Group did talk about structuring some kind of subcommittee of the Agricultural Services Board, and that being sort of a forum for this kind of activity. It has since grown a little bit larger to include multiple municipalities, multiple other stakeholders, including industry and producer groups. And so the thought process, I believe, is that that group wishes to simply build the structure, build some recommendations, and through council's representative, bring that back to the appropriate venue here for further discussion as their work moves forward. They'll make some recommendations that would then be vetted by council through your representative to the group.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Trevor on that one? Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move that the county council approve Reeve Tory Campbell as its representative to the Rural Road Infrastructure Working Committee and Ryan Thompson as an administrative representative.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin has moved the recommendation that county council approve Reeve Tory Campbell as its representative to the Rural Road Infrastructure Working Committee and Ryan Thompson as an administrative representative. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Trevor. Merry Christmas, Steve.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
G3-1, Provincial Education Requisition Credit. Candice?
Good morning, Council. The Provincial Education Requisition Credit provides municipalities with an education property tax credit equal to the uncollectible education property taxes on delinquent oil and gas properties. The program was initially created in response to the oil and gas downturn and became active around 2017. At various points, the government has extended the program. The most recent program in 2024 was extended again. The guidelines of PERC indicate that all municipalities are eligible to apply to PERC for uncollectible education property taxes related to the following types of properties. The property is an oil and gas property assessed to a company that does not exist, cannot be located, or does not have the financial means to pay the outstanding property taxes owing to the municipality due to significant amounts of debt, or the property is coded in asset as taxable and non-residential for the purpose of the educational property tax requisition. Once the list of companies are identified, the county was no longer able to collect those outstanding tax balances from them. So the PERC program will at least provide the county with the educational requisition portion of the taxes that are legislated to be paid to the Alberta School Foundation on a quarterly basis. So we are recommending that council authorize administration to make an application to the PERC program for the outstanding education tax and designated industrial property requisitions related to delinquent oil and gas companies.
Thank you, Candice.
You're welcome.
I'd open up to council for any questions, discussion. If not, Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pretty routine as far as I remember on this. like to move the recommendation that administration make an application for the provincial education requisition credit for the outstanding education tax and designated industrial property requisitions related to delinquent oil and gas companies.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved the recommendation that administration make an application for the provincial education requisition credit PERC for the outstanding education tax and designated industrial property requisitions related to delinquent oil and gas companies. Is there any discussion? Not, I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Candace.
The next report here is just regarding Fortis, Alberta. So Fortis, Alberta is seeking council approval for a new electric distribution system franchise agreement with Lethbridge County. The agreement grants Fortis, Alberta the exclusive rights to provide electric distribution services within the county's legal boundaries. I would just like to note that they are the only provider within our boundaries anyways. It would be for a 20-year term commencing April 1st, 2026, or later if regulatory conditions are met. As a part of the process, Fortis Alberta will file an application with the Alberta Utilities Commission, the AUC, to approve the franchise agreement. Council is asked to consider and approve a couple of bylaws. The first bylaw is the bylaw to authorize the execution of the franchise agreement, and the second one is to prohibit other persons from providing electric distribution services within the municipal franchise area during the term of the agreement. Fortis presented to council back in November. This report brings forward the agreement and the bylaws for council's decision to support the subsequent AUC approval process. Fortis Alberta will apply to the AUC for approval for a new 20-year franchise agreement with Lethbridge County intended to take effect April 1st and run to March 31st, 2046. The agreement grants Fortis the exclusive rights to provide electric distribution service and use the required municipal lands and right-of-ways to operate and maintain the system. Although the public notices will contain placeholders for the final fee percentage and typical customer impact, the bylaw authorized execution of the agreement by the REIV and CAO, and bylaw 25038 prohibits other providers within the municipal franchise area during the term. The report did suggest or recommend that you provide all 3 readings for these bylaws. However, if council would like to just provide first reading and do second and third reading at a future meeting, that is also an option.
Anything else, Candace?
Don't think so.
Okay.
You got anything?
Okay, I'd open it up to council for any questions. Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you. So is 20 years kind of a standard term for these things?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it is. That's the templated term under the agreement that's approved by the AUC currently.
Any other questions? If not, Mark?
And move that bylaw 25-037 Fortis Alberta Distribution Access Service bylaw be read a first time.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved the bylaw 25-037 Fortis Alberta Distribution Access Services bylaw be read for a first time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And how would you like to proceed? Would you like to continue today, or would you like to? Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move that bylaw 25-037 Fortis Alberta Distribution Access Services bylaw be read a second time.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin has moved that bylaw 25-037, the Fortis Alberta Distribution Access Services bylaw, be read for a second time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And consideration of third reading. Mark?
Move the council consider third reading of bylaw 25-037 Fortis Alberta Distribution Access Services bylaw.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved the council consider third reading of bylaw 25-037 Fortis Alberta Distribution Access Services bylaw. Discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. Third reading. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll move that bylaw 25-037, Fortis Alberta Distribution Access Services bylaw, be read a third time.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved that bylaw 25-037, Fortis Alberta Distribution Access Services bylaw be read for a third time. Is there any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried. Moving down, bylaw 25-038. Mark, sorry.
Move that bylaw 25-038 Fortis Alberta Franchise Agreement bylaw be read a first time.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved that bylaw 25-038, the Fortis Alberta Franchise Agreement bylaw be read for a first time. Is there any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd move that bylaw 25-038 Fortis Alberta Franchise Agreement bylaw be read a second time.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin has moved that bylaw 25-038, the Fortis Alberta Franchise Agreement bylaw be read for a second time. Is there any discussion? Go ahead, Lauren.
Oh, sorry, just a question on that. What exactly does that mean? What's the difference? Can you isolate them so I?
Like the difference between the bylaws?
Yeah.
So one's for the actual agreement, authorize us signing the agreement, and one is to restrict that so no other people can distribute
Oh,
services
okay.
in that area.
Any further discussion? So Kevin had made the motion to read bylaw 25-038, Fortis Alberta Franchise Agreement bylaw for a second time. There's no further discussion. Call the question. Those in favor? That's carried. And consideration of third reading. Mark?
Move the council consider third reading of bylaw 25-038 Fortis Alberta Franchise Agreement bylaw.
Thank you, Mark. Mark has moved the council consider third reading of bylaw 25-038, Fortis Alberta Franchise Agreement bylaw. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Those opposed? That is carried unanimously. And third reading. Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that bylaw 25-038, Fortis Alberta Franchise Agreement bylaw be read a third time.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved that bylaw 25-038, Fortis Alberta Franchise Agreement bylaw be read for a third time. Is there any discussion? I'll call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. It's like there's someone missing that makes a lot of motions or something. It's weird. Moving down, G4 Administration. G4-1, Precision of Policies.
Good morning.
Morning, Kira. How are you?
Good, how are you? Administration is recommending that council rescind 3 existing policies: our drug and alcohol policy, the workplace violence policy, and the workplace harassment policy. These documents will be replaced by administrative directives. The proposed change is being brought forward for 2 primary reasons. The content of these documents is operational and directive in nature, focusing on administrative procedures, roles, and compliance requirements rather than the high-level governance principles. Second, recent changes in provincial legislation require updates to the language, structure, and implementation mechanisms within these documents. So transitioning these items to from council-approved policies to administrative directives allows administration to ensure ongoing legislative compliance and operational clarity while maintaining council's governance-focused policy framework. So the recommendation is that council rescind the following policies: our drug and alcohol policy, workplace violence policy, and workplace harassment policy. The recommended rescission supports good governance by clearly distinguishing between council's role in setting strategic policy direction and administration's role in managing operational and legislative compliance matters. The 3 policies identified are highly prescriptive and procedural, outlining specific administrative actions, reporting requirements, and enforcement mechanisms, and as such, they are more appropriately managed as directives. By rescinding these policies and replacing them with directives closely aligned to our health and safety policy, Council retains oversight of governance level principles while delegating the responsibility for detailed implementation and compliance to administration, consistent with best practices in municipal governance. So, that's it.
Awesome. Thank you, Kira. I would open up for any questions or discussion council might have. Procedurally, Kira, do we need 3 separate motions, or how would you like to handle this? 1? Okay. Any questions, discussion? If not, how would you like to proceed? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's been laid out appropriately, and hopefully can be handled without us. So I'd like to move the recommendation that council rescind the following policies: the drug and alcohol policy, workplace violence policy, and the workplace harassment policy.
Thank you, Eric. Eric has moved the recommendation that council rescind the following policies: the drug and alcohol policy, the workplace violence policy, and the workplace harassment policy. Is there any further discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, Kira.
Thank you.
Correspondence. H, we have 3 pieces of correspondence before us today. The first around the provincial ASB conference. You'll see there is an agenda, information around that, registration. Candace, do we need anything coming out of this item? Okay. So that's for your information. And then the second item, from the Coledale Chamber of Commerce, there is a invitation to the 44th Annual Awards and Appreciation Banquet, the event taking place on Saturday, February 7th, 2026 at the Town of Coledale Civic Square. Members of the business community, along with representatives from the Town of Coledale and surrounding counties, will be in attendance. Please join us in the celebration of community excellence as we acknowledge the many contributions made by individuals, businesses, groups in the great town of Coledale. Tickets are $90 and tables of 8 for $6.50. So there, if you are interested in attending, there's only 150 tickets available. So if that is something that you would like to attend, we'll make arrangements. Anything on that one? Eric, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. As sitting on the Picture Butte Chamber and Council, I'd like to attend the event.
Perfect. We can make that happen. Any other questions on that one? Moving down, item 3, Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services. There is a letter before you under the signature of Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Services, Deputy Premier Mike Ellis. Dear Reeve Campbell, thank you for your May 2025 letter requesting a ministerial order to authorize a delegation of duties and powers of 5 local authorities under the Emergency Management Act to a joint Emergency Advisory Committee. I am pleased to provide you with a copy of Ministerial Order Number 35/2025, authorizing the Village of Barons, towns of Pitcher Butte, Colehurst, and Nobleford, and the County of Lethbridge to delegate their powers and duties under the Emergency Management Act to the Lethbridge County Regional Emergency Advisory Committee. I commend the involved municipalities for pursuing this form of regional collaboration, and I wish you success on this initiative. That brings us to the end of our correspondence. We can then move to I, our County Council and Committee updates. And I'll start in Division 1. Warren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So November the 1st, attended the Munis 101 course. November the 6th, Lethbridge County Council meeting. The 7th, they went to the MD of Willow Creek, their Legacy of the Land banquet. That was very well attended, and I thought it was a great event. I think maybe at some time in the future, maybe the county should look at doing something like that. It was, like I said, it's very well received up there. The 16th through the 20th was at the RMA Fall Convention. The 19th, Green Acres Finance Meeting. The 26th, Green Acres Board Meeting. 27th, went to the Green Acres Pemmican Lodge Christmas Party. And the 28th, Budget Deliberation Meeting. And the 28th night, went to Black Rock Green Acres Christmas Party.
Thank you, Lauren. Division 2, November 1st, the EOEP Munis 101, 5th, Link Pathway AGM, 6th, County Council, 11th, participated in the Lethbridge Legion Remembrance Day ceremony at the Agri-Food Hub and Trade Center. 14th, Employee Recognition Night. 17th to the 20th, attended RMA's Fall Convention in Edmonton. 27th, participated in a virtual meeting with Minister of Advanced Education with representatives from Lethbridge Polytechnic and the University of Lethbridge. 28th, budget deliberations as well that evening, the Town of Coldell Night of Lights Parade. Thanks again to Doug for driving the float for Mark and I. And the 29th, the Town of Colehurst Heritage Ball. Congratulations to the Town of Colehurst. It was a really nice evening, well attended. Given the frigid temperatures outside, it was a nice evening for the town to come together. Division 3, Mark Sayers. Mark.
November 1st, Munis 101 course. November 5th was the FCSS board meeting, or my first meeting with them. November 5th, right after that meeting, was Link Pathway AGM. On the 6th, Lethbridge County Council. The 11th, I represented the county at the Coldell Remembrance Day ceremony, which was a great event. November 13th, RMA had their 101 online course that I went through. 14th was Employee Recognition Night, which is an excellent night, and thanks to all the staff and everybody who put that on. On the 17th, I took an EOEP course. On the 17th to the 20th was RM, Fall Convention. 25th, an ASB meeting. 28th, budget deliberation, and on the 28th was the Town of Coldell Night of Lights Parade.
Thank you, Mark. Division 4, Deputy Purvis. The first meeting is 101. Third, Alberta Council Effective Lobbying Refresher Course. Fourth, weekly meeting with Community Futures Executive Director. Fifth, meeting with Prairie Scan. Sixth, Lethbridge County Council meeting. 7th and 8th, Community Futures Canada Chair meeting. 12th, weekly meeting with Community Futures. 14th, Employee Recognition Night. 17th, EOEP course. 17th to 20th, the RMA Fall Convention. 26th, Community Futures meeting. 28th, budget deliberation. Division 5, Councillor Kevin Slump.
November 1st, took a EOEP Munis 101 course. November 6th, Lethbridge County Council meeting. November 14, Employee Recognition Night. Same as what Mark said, it was a great night and nice to see everybody. November 17, EOEP course up in Edmonton just before RMA, which was 17th to the 20th. And then November 25, ASB meeting. And November 28, budget deliberation meeting.
Thank you, Kevin. Division 6, Councillor Van Essen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. November 1st, Munis 101. On the 5th, Picture Butte Chamber of Commerce Executive Meeting. 6th, Lethbridge Council, County Council. November 11th, Picture Butte Remembrance Day Ceremony, representing the county. November 13, Chamber of Commerce for Picture Butte. 14th, Employee Recognition. 17th through 20th, RMA Fall Convention. 25th, ASB meeting. 28th, budget deliberation meeting.
Thank you, Eric. And Division 7, Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Counselor. November 1st, Munis 101. November 6th, Lethbridge County Council meeting. 17th, the EOEP course. 17th to 20th, the Fall RMA Convention in Edmonton. 25th, the ASB meeting, and 27th, budget deliberation.
Thank you, Tony. We have about 5 minutes before our 11 o'clock delegation, so why don't we take a short recess and we will Candace. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order at 11:03 a.m. this morning. Move in our agenda to item D, delegations. We have our second delegation of today, 11 a.m. with Canada's Western Gateway. Brady, floor is all yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me today. Well, great. Thanks for having me. My name is Brady Schnell. I'm the Cluster Development Manager with Canada's Western Gateway. I just want to start by congratulating everybody on their election or re-election recently and commend you on the work you do for the Lethbridge County. A little bit about myself. I grew up in the area. I was born in Fort Macleod and raised in Lethbridge and Pincher Creek. I'm a graduate from the University of Lethbridge, and I've been working in municipal government for about 10 years now, including a CAO for the Village of Champion, Economic Development Officer in Claresholm and Medicine Hat. And now I've been Cluster Development Manager with Economic Development Lethbridge for the Canada's Western Gateway project since April of this year. CWG is a 3-year initiative being led by EDL. It's funded with matching dollars from Prairie's Economic Development Canada. It's a regional initiative to strengthen transportation, logistics, and the warehousing sector by supporting our existing businesses and attracting new investment in operations and infrastructure. The geographic area of focus is from Lethbridge to Coots along Highway 4. There are 7 municipal partners, including the City of Lethbridge, Lethbridge County, County of Warner, Town of Milk River, Village of Sterling, Village of Warner, and the Village of Coots. The CWG corridor benefits from 3 major highways, the CPKC main rail line, and the 24-hour Coots border crossing, connecting Alberta to the Canada-US-Mexico trade route. Within our communities and in this geographic area, there's actually more than 200 businesses and 3,000 people employed in transportation, warehousing, and logistics. Canada's Western Gateway also has an industry partner. Our 8th partner is Can-Do Rail and Terminals, formerly known as Transmark. Can-Do provides integrated rail logistics across Canada and the US, including first and last mile rail services. They connect shippers to Class 1 rail, specialized rail services to optimize supply chains. Lethbridge is a strategic site for unit trains, highway access, and future expansion. In fact, Can-Do Rail has 127 acres of land available for development. Local business development manager Brent Peterson is looking to attract companies that will benefit from rail side access and storage. Caltrac's rail maintenance and Procore rail cleaning are also located on the same site. So any given day you can see a lot of activity going on out there. And switching rail cars is like one of those sliding puzzles. Each move opens up a new opportunity, but you always have to be planning multiple steps ahead if you're going to get there. So what is cluster development? Many of you may be familiar, but it combines businesses, municipalities, and institutions to strengthen a sector. It pools expertise and resources, making the region more competitive because together we're more strong than any one community alone. It's a targeted approach focused on target sectors in a specific geographic region. Canada's premier food corridor is another example of cluster development and cluster success, with their region running from Lethbridge to the MD of Taber. Smaller municipalities don't have the same resources as larger urban centers, and we aim to help these communities access opportunities that might otherwise pass them by. Rural areas, though, contribute land, labor, and specialized industries that urban centers often don't provide themselves. So by working together, we hope we can increase our visibility throughout the region, share knowledge, and make a stronger case for infrastructure funding in our area. This photo is just a little example of some of the marketing, like an example of marketing and branding that we can accomplish with some of the funding that we've got from Prairies Canada and partners like you. So the areas of focus, as I mentioned, transportation, logistics, warehousing. We're talking about the movement of goods by air, road, rail, and eventually water. investment readiness, identifying land and evaluating and preparing that land for growth, evaluating the preparedness for growth, rather. Marketing and awareness, branding Highway 4 as a trade and logistics corridor in Western Canada. Workforce development is a key piece, looking to close skilled labor gaps and address labor force problems. And business support. We want to assist our small and medium enterprise directly. Owned by the City of Lethbridge and located in Lethbridge County, the Lethbridge Airport's a strong example of intermunicipal collaboration and a key transportation asset within the Gateway. Recent investments extended the taxiway, and additional land is available here for hangars, aviation services, warehousing, and other low-impact development. On October 9th, we hosted our first trade and logistics event, Canada's Western Gateway in Motion, in partnership with Canada's Logistics Association and our local Teamworks Training Institute, who does supply chain micro-credentials. The day included tours of Can-Do Rail and the Lethbridge Airport, followed by a panel discussion that included the Private Motor Truck Council of Canada, the Professional Truck Training Alliance of Canada, the Alberta Motor Transport Association. We also had a representative from CPKC Rail. John Harmon traveled from Kansas City up to Lethbridge to participate in the one-day event and present for us, so that was great. Teamworks closed out the day by recognizing 12 local graduates from their supply chain program. And so the response really confirmed a strong industry interest. We had more than 70 registered guests at the Air West hangar. We had 6 sponsors, including national companies like Bunge, Caltrax, New Era, and of course Lethbridge County. So thank you for that. You were sponsors, and we appreciated having your mayor, or your Reeve, Tori Campbell, was there to present and attend as well. So we really appreciate that. Thank you. And so we hope to continue to do activities like this. Certainly it's not all about just having events, but building awareness of the Gateway. This has allowed us to make connections with those industry associations, kind of put us on the map in terms of conversations about trade and logistics, and we want to continue those efforts. Actually, as a result, our LinkedIn page, for example, grew from 9 followers to over 140 followers in just a couple of months. So it's significantly expanding our reach, our social media reach across Alberta and throughout Canada as well. The grant identifies 7 key outcomes that are our focus: building awareness of the Gateway, creating an asset map and a directory, identifying investment-ready land, collecting industry feedback, holding skilled labor initiatives, direct business support, and hopefully ultimately job creation. We want to be a part of creating high quality and non-high quality jobs in those sectors. We're also performing research and taking training to understand the sector. I just completed a course on transportation systems by Canada's Logistics Association. It's really helped me grasp what we're working on here. You know, I have experience in economic development, but rail and trucking and warehousing is a little bit new to us. So we're taking those efforts to make sure we understand what this industry is all about. And we hope to support at least 40 businesses, and again, identify and market prime investment sites and continue that creation of new jobs. The funding for CWG includes the employment of 2 staff dedicated to the project, myself and Rylan Howard. So we can think of us as investment attraction and industry engagement. My focus is on branding, marketing, awareness, as well as the identification of land available for expansion and new development. I'll be the lead on engaging with our municipal partners and our industry partners and private landowners. Rylan is building an asset map that identifies all the players in trade and logistics in the region: businesses, training institutes, associations, and even key infrastructure. So we can get that snapshot of what are we looking at, who are we, and maybe help identify where we can be in the future. Rylan's also the lead on engaging with those 200 plus businesses in the area, understanding their challenges and opportunities. And so together we're the dedicated team for Canada's Western Gateway. If we get it right, CWG should help build long-term regional capacity and prepare municipalities for new opportunities. This is a photo from our event at Air West Flight Support Hangar. And as I mentioned, networking is an important part of the job. It's an important part of the work. Recently, I was in Calgary for the Alberta Motor Transport Association meeting, and it was really great to come into the room and see familiar faces and be recognized in Calgary. Hey, there's Brady from Lethbridge. You know, and that's a direct result from the work that we did at that event and that we continue to do to be recognized. In June, Canada's Logistics Association, CITT, they'll be holding their annual conference in Calgary. And they don't always come out to Western Canada. Last year it was in Toronto. So this is an opportunity for us to be there and to showcase ourselves while we have a national logistics conference just outside of the city. So we're hoping to make an appearance at that in a big way. That kind of concludes my presentation. It's a high-level overview of the project, of the people, what our goals are. In the short term, my focus now is to identify land, privately owned or municipally owned, that is suitable for development and evaluate its readiness for development. I think a key point to make before I finish is that, you know, every municipality does have different capacities. Smaller communities, you know, rely on just a couple of staff, whereas organizations like yourself have a team of professionals. So the support that CWG offers each municipality might look a little bit different, but it still needs to come in line with those 7 outcomes of the grant. So the marketing support we offer for, say, Coots or Warner might look different than the marketing support that we offer for Lethbridge County, because you have someone great like Maddie here working for you. I hope that we can open these lines of communication with your staff and yourselves and figure out how Lethbridge County can benefit from CWG. What's the best fit within those 7 outcomes? And that concludes everything. If you have any questions or comments, I'd be happy to entertain those. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Brady.
Thank you.
I'd open up to council if you have any questions. I'd just like to say thank you very much, Brady. The event was great. I had to duck away for a little bit. That was the same day we were meeting with the Intensive Livestock Working Group here. But yeah, it was cool to be on the bus driving through the rail yard and just hearing people talk about the opportunity there, and they have this much more room, and how many more cars can you service, and
yeah,
and people that were you know, in the know, that were connected. It was cool to see the light bulb coming on, just to see the potential. So I think it was a great day. It was well executed. You had a beautiful venue at the airport there, at the Air West hangar. That was really cool to have the light shining through the windows there, and a beautiful spot. And yeah, I think it was well received, and everyone that I talked to was very bullish about it and very supportive. So thank you for the invite, and thank you for coming in today to share a little bit about Canada's Western Gateway.
Appreciate that. I am hoping that, as you might know, that the Lethbridge County Council will consider appointing a councillor to the project, just a lead point of communication. We're also hoping that you'll consider your contributions in 2026 and moving forward to help support that. Any contributions made by Lethbridge County will be matched, so it's, you know, you get double your money for the value, and we hope that that's something you can consider in 2026. I've also brought just an example, and something I'll leave is we've made these tent cards that we'd like to leave in your offices for any visitors. They might have questions. There's a QR code on the back that'll take them right to the website where they can get a hold of us. So we've left a few of those for you guys, as well as some gifts just to recognize the partnership. There's one for every counselor and a few staff. It's an example of some of the promotional items that we've made to help engage. So when we go to Calgary at the logistics conference, we'll have things at our booth that help engage people who are walking by and connect with them. We've probably all been there. It can be challenging when you're working a trade fair to get people to stop and talk. And so I just wanted to share some of an example of what we've created for that. Yeah, appreciate your time as well.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I believe, if I haven't missed anything, that should take us to the end of the public portion of our meeting. If we look at our closed session, we have 3 items today. Growth and engagement under section ATIA 26, disclosure harmful to intermunicipal relations. Number 2, fire services, 26, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations. And item 3, our CAO report, ATIA sections 19, 20, 28, and 29. If there is nothing further in our public meeting, I would entertain a motion to enter a closed session. Eric. Eric's moved to enter a closed session at 11:18 a.m. this morning. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. coming out of our closed session. Item K1, growth and engagement. We have one suggested motion, proposed motion. Who would like to make that motion? Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that council make a motion arising from, or no, make a letter from the Reeve for support for the Blood Tribe AKD. Is that the one you're talking?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, Kevin's made a motion to draft a letter of support under the Reeve's signature for the Blood Tribe Acres Development Infrastructure Funding. Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Item 2, fire services. Motion there. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd make a move to proceed with all the fire agreements for.
That's what you're giving me? Proceed to sign the Coldell Fire Services Agreement as presented?
Yes, that's the
Does
one.
that work? Any discussion? Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Is there anything further? If not, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. Lauren has moved to adjourn at 12:59 this afternoon. Those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, everyone.